All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00009. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Brian Smith. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee, appearing on behalf of Brian Smith.
And sir, you are Brian Smith, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial on the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city would be offering Mr. Smith an amended count of a breach of the peace civil infraction, which I believe he will be accepting responsibility for.
And I think that comes with a 150 fine.
I believe so, Your Honor.
150.
Yes.
All right, and Mr. Lee, you'll be accepting responsibility on behalf of your client?
I'm having that discussion. Your
Okay.
Honor. He was not clear on the time.
So have you some of the evidence against him? Can you discover against it? Get a fine? Well, yeah, sometimes. I don't have time for that. I've just got to add time to pay it off. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, I will accept responsibility for
Okay.
the breach of peace civil infraction.
All right, thank you. So that is so it's on a ticket, and we'll amend it to the civil infraction of breach of the peace, which comes with a $150 fine. And so we're working from the same document, Mr. Lee. This is conduct that occurred on January 1st, 2025 at South Cedar Street in East Michigan in the city of Lansing. You accept responsibility that your client was in breach of the peace on that date. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement, Your Honor.
Right. That comes with a $150 fine. Does your client need some time to make those payments to the city of Lansing, Mr. Lee?
Yes, he does, Your Honor. Mr. Smith would request 90 days.
All right.
July 28th.
So we'll give a date of July 28th to the city of Lansing. That, of course, can be paid up to July 28th. So you can set up whatever plan you want, okay? As long as it's all paid by July 28th, 2025, and that can be paid online, in person, or by phone. But that'll be July 28th, $150 to the city of Lansing. This is a civil infraction, so it is not, it's not sent to the Secretary of State in any way. This is, just comes with a fine. Anything else for the record in docket 25-00009, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Smith, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Judge.
Just to Olivera. She's just a business. Olivera.
Stephanie Oliveros?
Yes.
All right, so we are on the record. Is this, does she have a
I thought so, but he just walked out.
right,
Mr. Harris.
Okay,
Mr. Harris? This is just dismissal.
it's just a
right?
dismissal,
All right,
Your
so-
Honor.
All right. So if you're comfortable just going with the dismissal without, because the public defender is in a breakout room, I think the city of Lansing is just dismissing without prejudice today. Is that a
Yeah.
fair statement?
Yes.
You,
That's fine.
all right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25 L2935632. That is the people of the city of Lansing versus Stephanie Oliveros. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
And ma'am, you are Stephanie Oliveros, is that correct?
Correct.
And you do have a public defender in this matter, but we discussed that. He's in a breakout room right now. This is just going to be a dismissal without prejudice. So you're willing to go forward without your public defender?
Yes, that's fine.
Or Mr. Lee can cover in?
I'll step up.
All right. So
Public Defender John Lee for Ms. Oliveros.
all right, thank you. So Mr. Lee has stepped in for Mr. Harris, who's in a breakout room. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, the city would move to dismiss the charge. Because Ms. Oliveros has achieved compliance and gotten a license, Your Honor.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee, to the best of your understanding?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Oliveros, this is dismissed without prejudice, which means that I think that's James. So this is dismissed without prejudice, which means that people could reissue if they choose to. Realistically, for our purpose today, the case is dismissed. All right, ma'am? All right. Anything else for the record in 25 L2935632, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
You're all set, Ms. Oliveros. Thank you for your appearance.
Then we're ready on Mr. Huerta, Your Honor.
We're on the record in docket 1402105, 14-02106. And the accompanying ticket of 14L1750253. That is the city of Lansing versus Richard Huerta. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Richard Huerta.
And sir, you are Richard Huerta, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for a city of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, this is a bit of a funky case. In looking into Mr. Huerta's Secretary of State file with Mr. Lee, it appears the only hold is a failure to appear related to the 2105 matter. For whatever reason, it's just not coming off the Secretary of State database while the case is pending. So what the city proposes is to dismiss that 2105 file. Hopefully that will free up the Secretary of State, and then Mr. Huerta will be able to get his license. That does appear to be the only thing holding him up. So we would move to dismiss the 2105 file and then ask for a 30-day adjournment, given that this is kind of a funky situation, even though that's not normally how we would proceed, Your Honor.
All right, and Mr. Lee, is that your understanding of what we're doing today? Is I'm going to dismiss the 1402105 file and then adjourn the other files so that should clear up any obstacles to getting a license.
That's my understanding.
All right. So I will dismiss. I think it comes from tickets. Yeah. So I'll dismiss this file 214022105. Is dismissed without prejudice. And then I'll adjourn. And about how many days are we seeking the adjournment on the accompanying the DWLS and the accompanying tickets?
I would think 30, Your Honor. As soon as this dismissal goes through, I would think he should be able to it'll just be a standard renewal process.
All right, and that's a fair statement, Mr. Lee.
Yes, it is.
Okay, we'll adjourn both the ticket and the 1402106 file for,
We have.
let's do six. Yeah, let's do
This case
six.
is already on 11:38.
We'll do six.
June 9th at 9 o'clock.
June 9th at 9 o'clock. June 9th at 9 o'clock. Yeah, that one was on a ticket, but we can do the Nolly.
Is that a ticket?
Yeah, it
No,
was,
back then there's supposed to be a- Eric, maybe
let me
not.
see, because I think that was. I thought it was. I made the initial. Let's see. Let's do just, yeah, that's a good idea to do it. Because I don't have a warrant or, and I've got a ticket, but it's, this, well, it looks like it's written over.
Yeah,
Okay, let's just. do
Oh,
the
wait a
math.
minute. Wait a minute.
I have it written on it too.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, it's a ticket,
Okay.
but let's do it anyway, just to, I'll
I
sign
was
it
just
just in
thinking, we could
case.
give him a copy of it, and if he had to have
Right.
it for the Secretary of State, maybe.
No, it's our internal system that's flagging the Secretary of State.
Right, but sometimes,
They can just take it off if he has a copy.
sometimes
Sure,
the problem is when the Secretary of State switched their system,
they're not
there were
talking.
some things that don't communicate of our older cases we
Sure.
had found.
All right, so we have a copy of the dismissal. So you might want a copy of that just for your
Yeah.
own, and so you can show it to whoever. But, and then we'll adjourn for 30 days, the driving while license suspended and the improper plate. And that's set for June 9th at 9 o'clock. Anything else for the record on the remaining files of 1402106 for the accompanying ticket, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee. All right, Mr. Huerta, you should be all set. I would get a copy of that just to have with you, just if you need to show anything, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. You're all set, sir.
With the Secretary of State to show up in their system, give them a couple days.
Okay, that's what I messed up on the same.
And the Zoom has Corey Horn, James Vandergrift, and Laura. All right, Mr. Vandergrift, let's call your case. All right, so we're on the record in docket 20-03015. That is people of the state of Michigan, people of the city of Lansing versus James Vandergrift. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples,
Matt Staples from the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris,
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Corey Vandergrift, who is appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
and sir, you are, I have James Vandergrift.
Yes.
You
Your
are
Honor.
James Vandergrift? Okay. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Vandergrift?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding Mr. Vandergrift is still working on getting his assessment finalized. So we would be asking for an adjournment to allow him to do so.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll adjourn for state, for assessment, the pretrial, and then what are we looking at, Mr. Staples? 30 days?
I I think if we're at the 3 or the
3 to
6 weeks,
6.
I think we would do 6, Your Honor, just
That is
with,
correct.
with the assessments,
Right.
they get the transmittal and everything can get a little
Right.
crazy sometimes.
All right, so we'll do a 6 weeks for,
At 9.
June 9th at 9 o'clock. All right, Mr. Vandergrift, we've adjourned this to June 9th at 9 o'clock. That's a little further out, but that is just to be safe, so we get the assessment and then you can get an offer from the city of Lansing. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
Anything else for the record in docket 20-03015, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
None from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Vandergrift, we'll see you on June 9th at 9 o'clock. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
There, Mr. Carey, there is a Galen's 22.
Your Honor, we're ready on Jamil Trevino. He's unrepresented.
Jamil Trevino. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25 L2916821. That is City of Lansing versus Jamil Trevino. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
And sir, you are Jamil Duran Trevino, is that correct?
Sir.
All right, thank you. This is time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. And Mr. Trevino, you are not represented by today, is that correct?
Sir.
Okay, so you don't have an attorney on this matter, all right.
Not.
Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Mr. Trevino has stated to me he wishes to plead guilty as charged.
All right. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Trevino?
Sir.
All right.
And her, let's see,
Is there anything?
expired, this would be 9175 for the court schedule, Your Honor.
So 91 days.
Oh, no, 90 days, $175.
All right, so Mr. Trevino, I'm gonna read you some rights on this misdemeanor plea. The ultimate penalty could be up to 90 days and or $175. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, you have the following misdemeanor rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you, to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial, since you won't be having a trial. You'll be pleading guilty to the expired license instead. Is it still your wish today to plead guilty to the expired license?
Yes, sir.
And if you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Bring your attention, sir, back to February 19th, 2025, at the offense location of South Cedar and East Kavanaugh Road in the city of Lansing. Were you operating a motor vehicle in the area of the general public on February 19th, 2025 in the city of Lansing?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, did you know your license was expired?
Sir.
You did not know your license was expired?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you did know your license was expired. All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. Is there any reason we can't go to immediate sentencing, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Trevino, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence? We can go right to immediate sentencing. There's no need for probation today. Yeah, what it tends to be is it tends to be like a fine, and then I'll give you some time to pay that fine.
Okay.
I don't, but is there anything you'd like to say to the court?
No, sir.
Okay, Mr. Staples.
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
All right. So I'm going to give you a fine for the misdemeanor driving while license expired. I'll give you a fine of $50, cost of $50. Crime victims' rights fee of $75 and state fee of $50 for a grand total of $225. Do you need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
14 days, Your Honor.
We'll give you 30. We'll give you a month, okay? So we'll give you a month time to make that payment. That can be paid online, in person, or by phone, or by phone. This will be abstracted to the Secretary of State for the expired license. So it might be abstracted, so you'll have to check up on that concerning your license. All right, so $225 to the city of Lansing, 30 days.
May 20th.
May, let's see, all right, so if you pay before May 28th, you can set up your own payment plan, all right? As long as it's all paid by May 28th, all right, sir? Anything else for the record in docket 25L2916821, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
You should be all set, Mr. Trevino. Thank you for your appearance.
Chapman? Is he- okay.
Marvin Chapman.
Yes, Your Honor.
So Mr. Abood, come in just for a second. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00536, 25L2916801, and 25L2916802. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Marvin Chapman. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Chapman, who's standing to my right, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Marvin Chapman, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is time set for a pre-trial and two accompanying tickets. Mr. Staples, how we proceed?
Your Honor, it has been represented to me by counsel that Mr. Chapman is working with legal services, I believe out of Ypsilanti, on license restoration. Given that he is working with a legal services provider, normally we would not be willing to grant an additional adjournment, but given the special circumstances and that he is doing that work, we would be willing to do one more adjournment on this matter, Your Honor.
And Mr. Harris, is that a fair statement? That's what's been represented to you by Mr. Chapman.
Yes, Your Honor, that is a fair statement.
All right. And we're probably looking at 6 weeks.
Yeah, let's
okay?
just do the 6,
Let's
9
do the
days.
6 weeks. I think that, so we'll adjourn the matter for purposes of compliance and getting the license for Mr. Chapman. The whole why we're here is to get your license back, okay? And so you got 2 tickets and the driving while license suspended. So continue your work with legal services in that regard. And we'll adjourn the pretrial and we'll reset for
June 9th.
June 9th at 9:30. All right, that should provide us plenty of time to get more information. Anything else for the record in 25-00536, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All
Thank
right,
you.
we'll see you on June 9th at 9:30, hopefully for more information concerning any restoration of license. Thank you for your appearance,
Thank you,
sir.
Your Honor. Thank you.
You should have.
Mr. Harris, who did you want to meet with?
Corey H.
So it's Corey H., Corey Horn. I'm going to place you in a room with Mr. Harris, your public defender. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
And then, Mr. Harris, you can go to room 2. But you're already in. All right, Ms. Stoughton, we'll call your case. You can unmute. So we're on the record in 25-00746, 25L290341 and 12. That is the City of Lansing versus Lawrence Stoughton. Appearances for the record, Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Lauren Stoughton.
And ma'am, you are Lauren Stoughton, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you can hear me all right, Ms. Stoughton?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. This is a time set for City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Ms. Stoughton is working on coming into compliance on these matters. So we would ask for an adjournment to give her time to do so.
We'll adjourn for compliance. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
We're still looking at the 3 to 6, 3 or 6. So we have 3 weeks or 6 weeks, Mr. Lee. Which would you prefer?
She has to take a driving test. I think
Yeah.
6 weeks.
6
Your
weeks
Honor.
for the driving test. All right. So we'll adjourn for 6 weeks. Just to make sure for June 9th at 9:30. All right, Ms. Stout, we've adjourned to June 9th at 9:30. Please keep in contact with the Public Defender's Office. They will provide any additional documentation needed by the City of Lansing. But we've adjourned it for June 9th at 9:30. All right, ma'am?
All right. Thank you, sir.
Anything else for the record in docket 25-00746 or the accompanying tickets, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
You're all set, Ms. Stout, and thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 25000824 and 25L2932781. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Elia or Tyler Flores. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record, Mr. Staples?
Smith Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Talia Flores.
All right. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. It was scheduled for 9:30. It is now 10:27. I do not see Talia Flores in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom. Nobody's mentioned, made that or mentioned that in the hallway. It would appear that Talia Flores has failed to appear today for the City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, I do not show any prior failures to appear, so the city would request a 48-hour hold.
So I'll issue, and Mr. Lee, I don't have any prior failures to appear either.
Nor do I, Your
All
Honor. I
right.
think that's fair.
All right, so I will issue on this is two driving tickets. I'll issue a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. That's for no previous fail to appear. Right, anything else for the record in 25000824, the accompanying ticket, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Benjamin Levine? I don't think he's shown up either. Is that a fair, you haven't seen him, Mr. Levine, Mr.
I have not.
Let's call Mr. Levine's name, but I don't think he's here, but we'll double check and then we'll call that case. We do have a previous fail to appear.
Negative.
Yeah. And there's a previous FTA. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02369. That is the City of Lansing versus Benjamin Levine. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Benjamin Levine.
This is the time set for City of Lansing pretrial. It was set for 9:30. It is now 10:30. I've not seen Mr. Levine in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, and his name was called in the hallway. It appears that Mr. Levine has failed to appear, and I do have a previous fail to appear as of October 22nd, 2024. Mr. Staples, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, given the prior failure to appear, we would ask for an immediate bench warrant.
Mr. Lee.
I do not have any information that I could provide the court that would justify the 48-hour.
All right. All right. I don't have any information concerning Mr. Levine's presence. I'll issue a fail for his fail to appear, a bench warrant and bond forfeiture. That's all for the record in 24-02369. And then are you Miss Brown?
Yes.
All right, so Miss Brown, I don't know, I think you're represented by the Public Defender's Office.
Yes.
All right. So if you have a seat, they'll be with you in just a second.
Oh.
I don't know, who's Reed? How are you today? You're rarely in here, so. And you've got Mr. Furman?
Yes.
All right,
We're just going to be doing an adjournment on
All
that,
right.
Your Honor, so we can call that.
all right. All right, Mr. Reed. We rarely see Mr. Reed in the courtroom on these matters. So we're on the record in docket 25-00736 and the accompanying ticket. That is the City of Lansing versus Brian Furman. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Reed.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tim Reed on behalf of Brian Furman.
This is the time set for a City of Lansing pre-trial. It's my understanding this is going to be adjourned in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we going to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, we'd just be asking for an adjournment. Mr. Reed sent some communication last week. I was out of town, so we just need some time to discuss the matter, Your Honor.
All right. We've got 3 or 6 weeks, so it'd be in between those.
I guess three should be
All
fine,
right.
Your Honor.
Just the way it's working out, I think we've got 3 or 6. So we'll set, if three works, we'll do the 3-week adjournment.
May 19th. Mr. Reed, does 9 a.m. work with your schedule?
Sure, that's great.
Thank you.
So we'll reset the file and the tickets for 3-week adjournment for May 19th at 9 o'clock. Anything else for the record in docket 25-00736 for the accompanying ticket, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Reed?
I hate to do this, but I'm actually out of town the morning of the 19th.
So would the afternoon, or do you want to go to the 6th week?
Afternoon's great.
Okay, we might be able to go the afternoon. No?
We're scheduled to be in jury.
All right, so maybe 6 weeks out. Yeah, that might
June 9th.
June 9th. It'd be June 9th.
But let's keep the 19th. If we work it out, I'll set.
Okay.
If I work it out, then we can set for.
All right, yeah,
Okay.
that perfect. That'll, so let's keep it, we'll keep that 9th day, that May 19th at 9 o'clock, and I'll wait to hear from the parties.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else for the record? Thank you for your appearance, Mr. Reed. We'll see you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll have some paperwork in just a second.
Do I need to wait for something?
I think they're gonna print out some paper, a notice, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna print any second now.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Waiting.
We'll see you, Mr. Reed.
Goodbye. Thank
Take
you.
care.
Sorry, Megan, I made a mess.
That to go through, so her. we can just make everything come out.
I printed one at the end because I didn't think I printed it.
Not on this, I can't do anything. on
There
this
was-
one.
One more needed for the 9-1 case, but it's.
Wild.
Oh, wait. No,
You're welcome. I was gonna say, I thought I figured it out after I had print, but.
it's okay. Can you take your hat off? Thank you.
Or, you know, align with
We
what our
call that
options are. Right.
Dean,
Yes.
we called
We
it.
just wanted them.
Yeah.
I don't, I have.
Yeah, I
not
figured.
heard anything,
Please,
obviously, I can't rule it out. but I
Please,
haven't heard
please, I
anything.
can't do this.
But we can recall the warrant because we got the file. That's Mr. Levine.
I'm sorry. I went down the way here on bicycle.
Right. So we haven't done the warrant yet.
Thank you.
So Mr. Levine is here, Mr. Lee.
Let me know. If it was just fine, then I can't really do anything.
Mr. Boone, how are you? How you been?
Good, how you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Everything good?
Yeah, hobbling around on one leg, but but it's all my fault.
You make it work.
Let me hear the story.
All right.
No, it's okay.
Trash this morning?
They came by, they didn't pick it up. So you need to call them like, hey, I got this letter saying that my services wouldn't be interrupted until this day, but I didn't get my trash picked up today. They didn't pick up the recycling either, though. Because I just was able to get these out the recycling that I was looking for. It's like, damn, I never throw this type of letters away. And one time I did. I needed them. So I called them up. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to get there at 11. It should come at 1:30. Time service. I know. I just had questions. It's so weird. I never had this happen. They sent out an order of action the same day that they sent out a letter saying, I don't know, but the order it's just because the order of action doesn't say in regards to what ticket it's. So I don't know. It's so weird.
Mr. Horn, I would advise you to please make sure you're not saying anything regarding the case as you are currently in the court, back in the courtroom now.
I got you. I muted. I was just talking about those same letters. They're not in regards to this case.
All right, Ms. Thalen, we'll call your case.
Yes.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00333 and the accompanying ticket of 25L29111732. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Cassandra Thalen, who is appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you are Cassandra Thalen, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
All right, you can hear me all right, Ms. Thalen?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is a time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Ms. Thalen has acquired a license, so the city would be moving to dismiss the DWLS count. It is my understanding that she is still working on obtaining insurance. And so we would ask for a brief adjournment as to the insurance civil infraction.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor. When I spoke with Ms. Thalen, she indicated that she has gotten her license and that everything is fine, that is no valid. She's indicated that she's still needs about a week or so to get that insurance sorted out, and then she should be able to provide that information to the court.
All right, so we can adjourn the ticket, the no insurance ticket for 3 weeks, I think. 25L29111732 to the 3-week date of,
I do have a slot at 2 o'clock. Or is that too soon?
let's go 3 weeks, just to be safe, because I think we want to make sure that that's a compliance issue, if nothing else. She's waiting on other people.
Let's do 9:30, May 19th.
All right, so we'll adjourn the no insurance ticket to May 19th at 9:30. That's 25L29111732. And then the people are going to move to dismiss without prejudice the 25-00333. Anything, so that's dismissed without prejudice, which means the people could reissue if they choose to, but for our purpose today, the case is dismissed. And I'll write that in the file. That comes on, that's under a ticket. Anything else for the record in either one of these files, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Thalen, we'll see you on May 19th at 9:30. All right, ma'am?
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. And we have, you met with Mr. Horn. I saw you in there.
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you ready to go on, Mr. Horn?
Yep, we are ready to go on, Mr. Horn.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24L29091182. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Corey Horn II. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Horn, who is appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Corey Horn, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You can hear me all right, Mr. Horn?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
I will defer to Mr. Harris, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris.
I spoke with my client, and we are going to be, he's going to be pleading his charge, Your Honor.
Right, so it'll be pleading to the fail to display a valid license. That's is that a 93 day or under
9,200, Your Honor.
90. So 90 day under $200.
Correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Harris may inquire of Mr. Horn of his advice of rights concerning the misdemeanor plea.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Horn, you have the following rights, and I'll walk you through each one of those rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, have witnesses against you appear at trial, the questioning witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney James Harris, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing. You have the right to have the court-ordered witnesses appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. Do you understand these misdemeanor rights, Mr. Horn?
Yes, sir.
If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we've stated on the record, or threats that was not your choice to plead guilty, you're also giving up the right to appeal anything from trial since you won't be having a trial. You'll be pleading guilty to the fail to display ops misdemeanor. Is it still your wish to plead guilty to the fail to display ops misdemeanor?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to December 14th, 2024 at the offense location of Comfort Avenue near Whole Court in the city of Lansing. Were you operating a motor vehicle on that date on December 14th, 2024 upon Comfort and Hull in the city of Lansing?
I was.
And at that time, did you fail to display a valid license to the city of Lansing concerning any stop that was made?
That is correct.
All right. Anything towards the factual basis of Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Not for the defense, Your Honor.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. Is there any objection to immediate sentencing of Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris, we can go to immediate sentencing if you would prefer. It's entirely up to you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Allocution.
Your Honor, my client has indicated that when this happened, he does take responsibility and he is not trying to dispute the events that happened. He has been trying to turn things around and resolve his cases and resolve what he has on his record so that when he would be eligible to appeal the revocation of his license, which I believe would be currently April 23rd of next year, that he can learn from this and be better. We would simply request that the court to order a fines and costs on this charge, Your Honor. Thank you.
Is there any restitution on the matter? I think there was an accident, but he ran into a tree. So
Yeah, Your Honor, I believe these are not the types of offenses for which restitution can be granted.
all right.
So there would not be.
All right. And that is from the civil infraction. The court will order no additional jail, so no upfront jail in this regard. Fine of $75, cost of $75, crime victims' rights fee of $75, and a state fee of $50 for a grand total of $275 to the city of Lansing. And does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
Yes, Your Honor, he has requested 60 to 90 days to get that payment made.
Right. The court will grant 90 days. So this can be paid within the 90-day time frame.
July 28th.
July 28th. That can be paid online, in person, or by internet, online, in person, or by phone. And that $275 must be paid by July 28th. You can kind of set up your own payment plan as long as it's all paid by July 28th. All right, sir?
Yes, sir. Will I get a copy of that notice?
They'll have one you'll get a copy of the sent to you of the notice of the $275, but they'll also have it online and at the window.
Okay.
All right. All right, so that's $275 by July 28th. And then this will be abstracted to the Secretary of State for abstract purposes for the fail to display a valid license. I don't know if there's any points associated with it, but it will be abstracted.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I don't believe there's any points associated by the Secretary of State. Anything else for the record in 24 L2909182, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Not for defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Horn, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
All right, thank you.
And then I believe Raven Brown is our
Right,
final
Ms.
matter.
Ms. Brown, you can come up here. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2403161. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Raven Elaine Brown. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Raven Elaine Brown.
And ma'am, you are Raven Elaine Brown, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it is my understanding that Ms. Brown is going to be pleading guilty as charged.
That would be a guilty plea to the fail to stop on count 1. Is that a fair and accurate statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right. May I inquire of your client of the misdemeanor advice of rights?
Yes, you may.
All right, Ms. Brown, you understand that this comes with an ultimate penalty on this misdemeanor of 90 days and or $100. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You have the following rights in this misdemeanor case, and I'll walk you through those rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney James Lee. He would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the City of Lansing. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. You understand these misdemeanor rights in this matter?
Yes.
Okay. You have the right to have the pleas. If your pleas accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we've stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty instead. Is it still your wish to plead guilty to the misdemeanor fail to stop at a PD accident?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention, ma'am, back to June 30th, 2024, at the offense location of South Pennsylvania on Maple Hill Avenue in the city of Lansing. Were you operating a vehicle at South Pennsylvania Avenue on Maple Hill in the city of Lansing on that June 30th, 2024?
Yes.
All right. And at that time, did you have reason to believe that you'd been involved in an accident at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And did you, knowing that you were involved in an accident, did you fail to immediately stop the vehicle at the scene of the accident?
Yes.
Okay. And that's required by law. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis of Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. We want to refer to probation most likely.
Yes, Your Honor. If I guess you wouldn't remember because you weren't here last week. Ms. Brown, we reset this today. Ms. Brown has been sentenced. Part of the, I guess, part and parcel of this event was an OWI,
Okay.
where she was ultimately stopped into 55th, into the out county area.
All right.
And so she has been sentenced on that through the 55th District Court, and I believe is in sobriety court there.
All right.
And so we were waiting for that to happen so that hopefully this can be tailored to fit that as well.
All right. So we refer to probation with the understanding that she's pled on sobriety, that she's in sobriety court.
Correct, Your Honor.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes.
All right. So the defendant pled to OWI in 55th. All right. So I will refer to probation with the understanding that you're currently in the 55th specialty court.
Yes.
So you should go down one, you'll go one down floor all the way to probation. Make sure they know you're on, that you're going through that let them know the factual sequence concerning this matter. And that you are in sobriety court. That's Judge Allen, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, that's Judge Allen. And then they'll decide some options we have here at sentencing, okay?
Okay.
And do you know if there's any restitution on this matter?
I don't have any on this file, Your Honor, but that doesn't mean that they won't contact probation,
All
or
right.
probation won't get a hold of anyone.
So I will indicate that they'll determine any restitution. And then let's get a sentencing date.
PSI or just victim information?
I want whatever they need, whatever they feel is necessary. So I mean, so I don't know if they'll need a full assessment if she's already in sobriety court, but they definitely want to follow up on restitution and anything along those, that matter.
Yeah.
And I don't want to duplicate what's going on in sobriety court anyway.
Right, and this doesn't have an alcohol or a drug component, so
Right.
it shouldn't need that anyway.
Right, so we can err on the side of coming a little bit, there's no assessment necessary for this.
June 23rd at 2 o'clock.
It'll be set for June 23rd at 2 o'clock. It may be sooner than that, but that's the date we're setting it for right now. And then if you go down and tell them what's going on, they'll review this and they'll decide what options we have at sentencing. All right, ma'am? All right. Anything else for the record in 24-03-161, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Ms. Brown, you're all set. You should go down and see probation, all right?
Okay.
Thank you. I think that completes the morning docket for you, Mr. Staples.
So too, see you this afternoon. Your Honor.
All right, we'll see you this afternoon. And then Mr. Lee, you and Mr. Harry should be all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then we'll do the show causes.
Nice to see you back, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm hobbling around, but you know,
Making it work.
making it work. Yeah. Every week is a better one, so that's good. I would not want to be those physical therapists who have all the, they tell you all the mean stuff. The surgeons tell you all the nice stuff, and then they never see you again.
Yeah.
You know, and then the physical therapist is the one like, you got to do this. And you're like, I don't want to do that.
Yeah,
So-
I've got to.
The show causes on the iPhone. Could you please identify yourself on the Zoom iPhone? And you'll have to unmute, sir or ma'am.
Damian Redmond.
All right, Mr. Redmond, you're here for 11 o'clock.
Yes.
All right, and then, sir, do you have a hearing at 11 o'clock? What's your Mr. Gonzalez? All right, Mr. Gonzalez, you can come up here, and then we'll call Mr. Redmond's case. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02280. That is show cause concerning a Joseph Gonzalez. And sir, you are Joseph Gonzalez, is that correct? This is a show cause was issued for this for a balance of 100. I've got 165. Is it 198 now?
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yeah,
24, 2288.
2280.
Yeah, I show $275.
Yeah, I have your writing with a balance of 165 and then a default of 198, which is mine. Unless,
That is Susie's writing, not mine.
okay.
Above it. So you're on the ticket, not on the file.
Oh, you're right. They're both.
So on the file, I show 275.
275 on the file, and then
I don't have the
do you have a ticket?
ticket set for today, so let me
Alright.
see what's going on with that.
I don't either. This is just in there. So I've got your 275 to the city of Lansing. That's we're set for show cause today. Do you need some more time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I forgot all about it.
All right. All right. About how much time do you think you would, ultimately, you can set up your own payment plan, but I want to set it out a time period. So you'll have it all paid, at least on this file, the $275 paid by, this comes out of a sentencing.
He does owe the 198 on the other ticket, so it could go to collection.
Okay. So let's refer it to collections. All right. Between the two, you're going to be 275 and then 198. You can set it up with collections.
Okay.
That might be an easier thing to do. And then it'll get you out of the show cost cycle.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's refer to collections for And then we'll refer to collections for the 198 on the expired plate. All right, so I've referred both matters, the expired plate and the driving unlicensed, which you pled to fail to display ops, to the City of Lansing Collections Department. So you should go right to that, to that counter, and they'll have both files. And then you can indicate to them when is the proper referral to collections, what is made available to you. It'll keep you out of the show cause cycle, but you're still going to be responsible for some payment as you go forward. All right. Okay. All right. So I've referred both matters to the expired plate and the driving while the no ops to collections for Mr. Gonzalez, and then we'll go from there. So you should probably go to the counter. Okay. You anything else, or do you have any questions of me, Mr. Gonzalez? All right. And Megan, they might need this. All right. You're all set, sir. Thank you for your appearance. Because we did the expired and it's not on there.
Okay.
It wasn't set.
It was a separate date. I don't know why, but it
yeah.
was still there.
Between the two, I think.
Yeah.
All right, and then let's go on Mr. Redmond. All right, Mr. Redmond, I'll call your case. We're on the record in 23 L2789201. That is people of the City of Lansing versus Damian Redmond. And sir, you are Damian Redmond, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Redmond?
Yeah, I can. I have my headphones in.
All right, perfect. This is the time set for a show cause hearing. I have a balance of $144 to the City of Lansing. Mr. Redmond, do you need some additional time to make that payment?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. This comes out of, this is the fine out of a traffic device signal. So about how many days do you need to make that payment to the City of Lansing? And if you put it out for enough, you can make your own payment. You can make your own payment plan as long as it's paid by that date.
If we could do like 90, I have a ticket that I just set a payment arrangement up with 55th. So
90 days should do it?
Yeah.
All right. So we'll set it out 90 days to City of Lansing for the, I hear something. I hear I
I've been hearing it all the time. I just figured it was me.
It's coming from somewhere, my voice. That's the same thing. Maybe I'll turn, but I do hear my voice.
Volume on your computer.
Let's see, maybe. All right, Ms. Redmond, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, perfect. All right, I've set it so 90 days out. And what's the date?
July 28th.
July 28th. That can be paid in person, online, or by phone. You can set up your own payment plan as long as it's paid by July 28th. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then make sure you contact the city. That'll keep you out of the this show cause hearing this cycle. Anything else for the record in 23 L2789201, Mr. Redmond?
No.
All right, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
try, so let's do Culpepper. So we're in the record in docket TD 23009282. And 2015002917. Then I've got a third file.
I don't know what they're doing. They're not
T-
scheduling them all.
Yeah, TD 23009282. And between that's, I have a balance. So we're noticing TD 23009282 and T0150029117. I have a well 2300650. That's not, so that file is not a part of this. This is only the tickets because this was adjourned. The jury trial was adjourned.
Yeah, that's set for next week.
All right. So I have the two tickets of $186 and $111. And we have a fail to appear on a fire lane violation and handicap parking violation. What's the limit for collections?
It has to be 350.
Yeah, this doesn't.
Is there a third
No.
ticket in there for expired meter by chance?
No, I have fire lane and handicap.
Okay. Didn't know if they put the other one in there, they just didn't schedule it.
I don't have it.
Okay.
If they did, they didn't tell me.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to indicate the defendant has failed to appear for the show cause hearing. Can we just set these with the jury, the trial that's being set? Yeah, let's do that.
We don't have enough time to notice it, but we'll just put them in the file and everything that.
Yeah, well, and then if there's a continued bench warrant, we'll do it then, but we'll set with the jury trial on both of those matters. And when's the jury trial set for?
Not due to blah, blah, blah. May 5th, I think. No. May 12th.
May 12th. So we'll set both these matters for May 12th and then address both of them then. So DFDA for show cause hearing, we set with jury trial, set for with jury trial file for May 12th. And that's all for the record in docket 23009282 and 15002-917. And on those prior tickets, I did not see Mr. Culpepper in the Zoom court, LaShawn Culpepper in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, and nobody answered by that name in the hallway. And then we have dockets T00213817 and T0021375514. That is the City of Lansing versus Eugene Hayes. And we have a 102 balance on a parking violation and a 96 balance on an expired meter. It would appear that this was scheduled for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:39. And Mr. Haynes is not in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, and nobody answers to that name in the hallway. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the show cause. And a bench warrant and bond forfeiture are issued. That's all for the record in T 00213 7514 and T 00213 8175. All right, Mr. Staples, where did you want to start today?
I think we can go right from the top with Kanika Brown, Your Honor.
Ms. Brown? So we're on the record in docket 24 L288272. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Kanika Brown. Appearances for the record, Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples, on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Kanika Brown, who is standing to my right, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you are Kanika Brown, is that correct? All right, thank you. This time set for a deferred sentence, initially set on February 3rd, 2025. And we set it for a deferred sentence date. Mr. Staples, how we proceed?
Your Honor, Ms. Brown has obtained a license. At this point, we would move to amend the charge to a impeding traffic, civil infraction, and my understanding is that the defendant would be accepting responsibility for that.
All right.
Well, I guess technically they already have, but
There's already been a plea to the higher misdemeanor, Mr. Harris.
Yes, Your Honor, I spoke with Ms. Brown today. She was able to provide for me proof that she has gotten her license. And I discussed the impeding traffic civil infraction with her. And we are going to be requesting the court amend the charge to impeding traffic, and we will be accepting responsibility for that charge.
All right, impeding traffic civil infraction, is that 130?
135.
35. All right, and Mr. Harris, you'll be accepting responsibility for the amended civil infraction based on the actions of Ms. Brown concerning her compliance. You'll be admitting to the impeding traffic on that date. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so this is just so we're working from the same ticket. This is L288272, and this is for conduct which occurred on November 11th, 2024. You accept responsibility on behalf of your client for being in impeding traffic on Stillwell and Brighton on November 11th, 2024.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. That comes with a $135 fine. And does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
Yes, Your Honor. My client has requested about 60 days to get that payment.
All right. So 60 days is agreeable, and we'll set it for
June 27th.
June 27th at June 27th for the $135 payment to the city of Lansing. Ms. Brown, that can be paid online, in person, or by phone. And that can be paid through June 27th. You can make your own payment plan as long as it's all paid by June 27th. All right. Well, congratulations on receiving your license. Anything else for the record in docket 24 L288271, Mr. Staples?
no, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Not for the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Brown, good luck to you. You're all set.
Okay, I'm done with court, thanks.
Ms. Brown?
Okay.
Then did you want to go on Mr. Gutowski?
Yep.
Here, Mr. Harris.
Which case did you call?
Gakowski.
Yes, sir. That's
All
us.
right.
Thank you.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 2500182. That is people of the state of Michigan, people of the city of Lansing versus Mark Gutowski. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples, on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Mark Blair Gutowski.
Sir, you are Mark Blair Gutowski, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is the time set for a sentencing matter. Is there any restitution to come to the court's attention, Mr. Staples?
There is, Your Honor. This is reflected in the pre-sentence report as well.
All right, thank you. So I'm in possession of the pink sheet for restitution for $118.02 to Rebecca Hull. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Staples?
Yes, Your Honor, that is what was reflected in the PSI, and that is essentially all the information I have on the matter.
Perfect. All right, Mr. Lee, have you had the opportunity to go through the pre-sentence with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Any additions, deletions, or corrections?
No additions, deletions, or corrections.
Allocution, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gutowski has accepted responsibility in this matter. He stands before the court today, prepared to pay fines and costs up to and including the restitution of $118.02. He asked the court to consider the fact that he is on a fixed income, Social Security income, in consideration of any discretionary fines or fees.
Thank you. And this was for a failed to report an accident, 90 days under $100. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Mr. Gutowski, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence?
No, I'm sorry, I'm wasting the court's time, Your Honor.
Mr. Staples, is there anything you'd like to say on behalf of the city?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, this is for a guilty plea for failure to report an accident. I'm going to accept the judgment of sentence. Mr. Gutowski, usually they recommend something. In this, whatever you indicated to the probation, Mr. Sumter, indicates that we're not going to put you on probation. It's not time for incarceration, that you've owned up to whatever happened. And so we're just going to look at this as a learning experience, and it's not to happen again. All right. With that understanding, this is for a guilty plea that occurred on March 3rd, 2025 to fail to report an accident. Restitution is for the $118.02. I have restitution to Karen Kathleen Richardson, and then the victim's name is Rebecca Hall. Did you have a preference as to, because the first sheet says Karen Kathleen Richardson, but I want to make sure that we have the restitution.
I thought I got that from the probation recommendation.
Yeah, I guess.
Then the victim's name is Rebecca Hall on the, looks like the same address. So I want to make sure I've got the right name on the.
I went off our system, I guess, and that's who we had the victim's name as being Rebecca Hall, but I guess if probation, and I missed it on the PSI.
Yeah, probation's got it as Karen Kathleen Richardson.
I guess we go with what probation.
Yeah, I
said
think-
then, Your Honor.
I'm gonna leave it with Karen Kathleen Richardson, same address, but that's the date, that's the name they have on there. I'm gonna set fines at $50, cost at $50, crime victims' rights fee of $75, state minimum court cost fee of $50, and then restitution at $118.02 for a grand total of, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I have $343.02. And if my math is right, I'll do it again, but. Yeah, $343.02 for the total amount. I'm not going to place Mr. Gutowski on probation or any additional jail time. And then I'm going to refer the 343. It says pay all fines and costs, including restitution by July 28, 2025 was a recommendation. Will that date work? That's about, I'd say that's about 90 days.
I'll pay today, Your Honor.
We'll leave it for that. Okay. You can pay it. You have until July 28th to make the payment. You can pay it all today and get it done. All
I
right.
appreciate it.
All right. So I will 4/28. I will sign the judgment of sentence accordingly. Mr. Gutowski, you're all set. You can pay by July 28th. You can pay today. We'll chalk all this up to a learning experience. All right.
Thank you, Your
Thank
Honor.
you, sir.
I appreciate it.
We're all set.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
We have Antonio Johnson. We have 230 pretrials, which are Megan's favorites.
I mean, I didn't dislike them. I was just a little thrown off by it.
You and everybody else were a little thrown off.
You know.
I know. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402995. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Antonio Johnson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples, on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee, appearing on behalf of Antonio Duval Johnson.
And sir, you are Antonio Duval Johnson, is that correct?
Sir.
Thank you. This is a time set for a deferred sentence on this matter. Mr. Staples, how we proceed?
I'll defer to Mr. Lee, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Duval was released last month from Ingham County Jail. Since that time, he has entered into a payment arrangement with 54A District Court. He has showed me a copy of one of the receipts from his payments. What he's trying to do is get his tickets and outstanding fines and fees paid off so that he can get his license reinstated. He has begun that process, but having only been released some 30 days ago, he still does not have a job, although he is interviewing and is aggressively seeking one. So we're asking the court to consider a 90-day adjournment to give him time to, now that he's released and able to pursue this, to really get some work and some fines paid off.
All right, so this is a request for an adjournment of the deferred sentence. He's already, the defendant's already pled to as charged the driving while license suspended. Any objection to the additional request for adjournment, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor. Mr. Lee did indicate that he's already started making some payments to this court. Obviously, our goal is to have him be licensed. And if he can do so within that 90 days or show significant progress. I do know that 771 does allow this to go out for up to a year. So
Let's start with the 90 days and see what progress is made. And payment, if it's all made perfect. But we're looking for progress. The key here is to get you your license back. All right, Mr. Johnson? So
bad.
yeah, so we'll defer the sentence and we'll make it for 90 days out. During the deferred sentence to.
I'm looking at his payment plan reflection. Where they have him set up, they have him not being fully paid until September of 2027.
Okay, let's set it for 90 days out to see how much is made on that.
July 28th at
130. All right. So, but we'll come back here July 28th, see how far you've made, or you've been able to pay off the whole thing, depending on your work schedule or whether you're able to get work. And then we'll go from there. But after July 28th, we're really running out of time on some level. Okay. All right. So we'll defer the deferred sentence to July 28th at 1:30 for purposes of compliance. Anything else for the record in 2402-995? Mr. Staples.
no, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Johnson, we'll see you on that July 28th date. Okay, sir? Thank you.
So I just come back to July 28th, just keep it in Is it a number I can, or sign is always,
I don't know this one by heart.
I just want to make sure.
I still never got that.
Then is it, I don't know, is Jimenez, that's Mr. Williams?
Yes, and I have not seen his.
And then I have Davis as a pro per. Is that fair?
Let me see, sometimes.
Judge, can you mute the court?
Sure.
Yeah, it's good, I got your
and the accompanying ticket of 19000636672. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Dolores Davis. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples, on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harries. Our office does not currently yet represent Ms. Davis. My understanding, Your Honor, is that she did request appointed counsel at the arraignment. However, when I looked into our system, I did not see any application or anything filed in our system. I'm not sure exactly what happened with the intake or with the paperwork that was done at her arraignment, but I have prepared paperwork to get her application in with our office.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Harris. And so you're confident in appearing on her behalf.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And ma'am, you are Dolores Davis. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. This is a time set for on the file and the accompanying ticket. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I believe we would just need an adjournment so that application can be fully processed and I'm sure we'll have discovery requests and the like.
And that's a fair statement, Mr. Harris, that if your office should get discovery concerning the matter and the police report at the public defender's address. So you're requesting an adjournment?
That is correct, Your Honor. We'd be requesting a adjournment so that we can get, like Attorney Staples said, get the application process and get an attorney signed in his file.
All right. I think we're 3 weeks out, right? So 3 weeks out for the adjournment would be
May 19th at 9.
May 19th at 9 o'clock. So Ms. Davis, we're adjourning this to May 19th at 9 o'clock, really to get the public defender all the information they need so they can represent you, okay?
Okay.
So May 19th at 9 o'clock. All right, so we'll adjourn to May 19th at 9 o'clock for discovery issues and make sure that appearance is filed based on the new intake that for whatever reason was not done at the initial arraignment. Anything else for the record on 1902584 or the accompanying ticket, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris.
Happy with the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Davis, we'll see you on that May 19th date. Thank you for your appearance.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was part of the 2:30. So just let me know when things are ready. Okay.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Yeah. I've got one at 2:30 and then we got one or two. We got three at 3.
He's not scheduled till 3, so they're probably not gonna put him on until around that.
They'll probably put them on close to 3.
Yeah.
If we're lucky enough to have them on
at all.
but that's not our fight.
I did my part, so.
Yes.
No toaster. Whoops. Remind me to turn my Must be a new county prosecutor.
Come here, Milo. It would be great if you could stop barking at people.
Are muted so the court can hear you, hear what you're saying.
Mr. Staples, how would you like to proceed?
I think Mr. Williams has been waiting online for a minute with
Mr. Jimenez?
Mr. Jimenez, yes.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00646. That is people of the state of Michigan versus people of the city of Lansing versus Omar Jimenez. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples, on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Williams.
Richard Williams, P29583, on behalf of my client, who's sitting to my right, and his name is Omar Mendez Jimenez.
All right, and sir, you are Omar Mendez Jimenez, is that correct?
Yeah, it's correct.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Jimenez?
Yeah.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding on this file?
Your Honor, this is the first appearance. I had a chance to speak to Mr. Williams some time ago. He did provide some highway safety and some other information. We are still waiting for a substance abuse assessment. And so we would just ask that this be reset so that Mr. Jimenez can complete the substance abuse assessment, and we can consider any offers that may be made.
All right, so Mr. Williams, you're handing up a receipt is that for the assessment?
The assessment's been paid for. It's already been done. We're waiting on the assessor to get the material to us. But if we do that, I would like the court to say that we can do a plea, a pretrial and plea at the same time, only because this is going on for a while now.
Say it again.
I think he asked for a pretrial and plea at the same time.
You want a pretrial and plea at the same time, Mr. Williams?
I'd love I'd love to throw a sentencing in there if it pleases the court on a first offense, but that's entirely.
Yeah, it'll probably take some time for the sentencing, I would think, but we can always do a plea and pretrial.
Right. We just need to be able to see the assessment. I mean, this is the first appearance on this matter, Your Honor.
All right. So once the assessment makes it to the city attorney, and then that'll dictate the offer. I can set it for 2 to 3 weeks, and then we got a break, so then it's 6 weeks. Mr. Williams, which would you prefer?
Well, to tell you the truth, I'd like it as soon as possible. So if that pleases the court.
All right, so 2 to 3 weeks for adjourned pretrial.
I have both available.
All right.
How likely is it that the assessment report will really be furnished by then, though?
It's more likely in 3 weeks than 2.
Yeah, let's try 3 weeks then.
Let's squeeze it in there. May 19th.
May 19th at 9:30.
That's in person, not on Zoom, right?
Yeah, that can be in person or via Zoom. But it's really out here from the litigants. Do you have any objection to?
I have no preference. I think if it is actually going to be a plea,
then let's have that.
I think it's easier in person, but it'll all depend on getting that assessment.
If we're on May 19th, if he's in person, we can just send him down to probation, the 5th floor, or we can go to immediate sentencing. This is an operating while impaired, so intoxicated.
Well,
they probably need something along the lines.
There are victims. There was property damage in this matter, so I don't think there's any way we're going to be able to do an immediate sentence.
Yeah, so we're going to refer to probation anyway. All right, so we'll set it for May 19th at 9:30. If you're in person, it's easier to get him to the 5th floor for a referral to probation, just so they can do the follow-up on any victim restitution. But we can take a plea over Zoom also. I don't think, just that Mr. Jimenez would be responsible for contacting probation within 48 hours.
That's fine, Your Honor. We have no difficulty with reimbursing someone who was out of pocket some money. So we're not going to be fighting any restitution thing.
All right, so we'll do an in-person pretrial on May 19th, and then we can set it for plea on that date. Right, anything else for the record in 25-00646 at Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Williams, anything else?
Nothing. Thank you, Mr. Staples. It's always good to see you, Judge.
All right, it's good to see you too. Thank you, Mr. Menace, for your appearance.
Thank you.
then we have, you want to just go in order here?
Yes, I think.
Davis
Yep.
next or Liggins?
I'm running on both Davis and.
All right, and then Moreno, we're kind of, he's supposed to be placed on Polly. That is a big maybe. That is a big maybe. We'll go on Mr. Davis. So we're on the record in docket 25-01159. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Archibald Davis. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Davis, who's standing to my right, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Archibald Davies, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I believe defendant is working on securing an assessment, so we would just need an adjournment at this point so he can continue to work on that.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor. I spoke with my client last week and today. He's trying to get that assessment done. He's working on getting a date scheduled for it, and we would simply be requesting more time to allow that to happen.
Right, so we got, let's go 6 weeks.
Yeah.
You think that then we'll make sure we get the assessment? Because if we set it 3 weeks, I think that'll be too tight a turnaround. So the assessment for 6 weeks during the pretrial for
June 9th.
So we've set this for adjournment for the pretrial for June 9th at 10 o'clock. And that should give you enough time to get the assessment, get a report done, and get it to the city attorney for purposes of the pretrial. Anything else for the record in 25-01159, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Davis, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance. And then Mr. Liggins?
Miss Liggins, yes.
Miss Liggins. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00700. That is the city of Lansing versus Michelle Liggins. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Miss Liggins, who is appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you are Michelle Liggins, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you can hear me all right? You can hear me all right, Miss Liggins?
Yes.
Thank you. This is a time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city has made an offer to Ms. Liggins to plead to an amended charge of failing to report an accident. And I believe she is going to accept that offer and plead guilty to that amended charge.
That is correct, Your Honor. I've spoken with Miss Liggins and regarding the offer, and she has indicated she would be accepting that offer.
Okay, so that's failure to report an accident. And that is a misdemeanor. So this is this written on a ticket or a, so that's a 90-day misdemeanor and or?
$100, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right. And that's your understanding, Ms. Liggins, you're going to be pleading to the amended count 1 of failure to report an accident. It's punishable by 90 days and or $100. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Harris may inquire of your client of their advice of misdemeanor rights.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Liggins, you have the following rights in this misdemeanor case, and I'll walk you through those rights. In regards to the failure to report an accident, 90 days and or $100. You have the right to be tried by a jury to be presumed innocent or proven guilty. Have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty. You have witnesses against you appear at trial. The questioning witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by attorney James Harris. He would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges at trial brought against you by the city of Lansing. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If you please accept it, you'll give the claim to plea as a result of any promises other than what we've placed on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the amended failure to report an accident misdemeanor instead. Is it still your wish to plead guilty to the failure to report an accident, the misdemeanor in this matter?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to have you raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to bring your attention back to December 14th, 2024, at the offense location of 3716 Bayview Drive in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you operating a motor vehicle at the Bayview Drive address in the city of Lansing, Ingham County on December 14th, 2024?
I was dropping off a friend, and I'm one of my best friends, and I backed out, and I didn't realize I had hit their car, and I just ended up going home.
All right. So,
yeah.
Mr. Harris, would you like to ask any questions of Ms. Liggins in order to confirm the factual basis?
Yes, Your Honor. So Ms. Liggins, give me one moment here.
I think it's December 14th.
Yeah.
Yes,
On
sir.
December 14th, when you were dropping off your friend, was that on at or near Moores River Drive in South Lot? No, oh, just wrong. Hold
They
up.
live on Sheffield,
Drive.
so I'm not exactly sure what the street is.
Yes. So, give me just one moment, Ms. Liggins, and Your Honor, apologies.
No worries.
Sure, I can take a crack at it if you want.
I-
Who's the report? So it'd be 3716 Bayview Drive.
So this is a different portion of the. Yeah.
So when you were dropping off your friend, do you have any, Ms. Liggins, do you have any reason to dispute that it was at 3716 Bayview Drive in Lansing?
No,
And when you were, after dropping off that friend, when you were backing out to leave, did you accidentally hit a car that was parked there belonging to, I believe, a neighbor of that address?
yeah, like I said, I didn't realize it till I'd gotten home and my friend called me, but I did back out and onto the street, and the car was parked on the street, and like I said, obviously I ended up hitting them, and I just didn't realize it until my friend called and notified me. And then of course, a cop came by and I gave him all my information, and I called my car insurance so they would get paid for any damage that was there.
Understood, Ms. Liggins.
All right. So that is the factual basis is leaving the scene of an accident and not reporting after, not going back to the accident.
Right. True.
Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. Ms. Liggins indicated that all happened in the city of Lansing on December 14th, 2024. Is there any restitution or any request to not go to immediate sentencing, Mr. Staples?
Yes, Your Honor, we have heard from the victim in this matter. I know that Ms. Liggins did provide to Mr. Harris a letter from her insurance company stating that they did pay out on a claim. However, that does not necessarily preclude there being a deductible or there being damages that were not covered through the insurance.
All right. So, Ms. Liggins, I'm going to have you report to probation within 48 hours. You should contact the probation department and for the city of Lansing in order for them to do a report that'll be available to me to look at sentencing. That's the 5th floor of City Hall, 5th floor of the building, and probation's all the way to your right. All right, ma'am?
I guess I don't understand. What does that mean?
What they're going to do is they're going to do a report to see what options are available to us at sentencing. All right.
Okay.
Yes, Ms. Liggins. We did speak regarding the car insurance payment that should cover all of the damages. However, the prosecutor is requesting that the probation department here just confirm that there weren't any further payments or weren't any further damages or payments to be made. And the judge is indicating that you would need to come here to the 54A District Court at City Hall in downtown Lansing to report to the probation department for that to happen.
So that'll be on the 5th floor of City Hall, just to confirm some of the indication from the insurance company that this is all paid up. That's a fair statement, Mr. Aries. And we'll set sentencing for
June 23rd at 2.
We'll set it for June 23rd at 2 o'clock. That'll be live in person on the 6th floor. And that would really, what we're doing there is we're just making sure there's no victim impact statement or no restitution on the case. And then we'll go to sentencing and see what options are available to us, right, ma'am?
Oh, okay.
All right. Anything else for the record in 2500700, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Liggins, you should contact probation on the 5th floor and they'll confirm some of the things you've indicated and then they'll have some questions for you. All right,
Can
ma'am?
you provide the address for that? I don't know where to go.
It's the 5th floor would be located at 124 West Michigan.
Okay.
It's the City Hall building.
Can I do that
And it's-
today to get that
And
done?
the 5th floor, you have 48 hours to do that.
Okay.
Okay. And that it's right across the street from the Capitol.
Okay.
All right. All right. So we'll see you on June 23rd. Thank you for your appearance today, ma'am.
Thank you.
And then we just want to reschedule Mr. Moreno.
I think that's fair, Your Honor. I don't think we should hold him responsible for a Polycom issue.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair to do.
Do we know what's holding Mr. Morano?
He's got that. Oh, do we know why he's in?
Yeah,
Maybe the $100, 10%.
no, that would have PR'd by now.
You know, he was homeless.
You know if he has another case?
I'm looking.
Oh, I was just asking John.
Yeah. So he may not. I don't know if he's in or I don't know what he's being held on. Mr. Boot, how are you?
How are you today?
Good.
I don't see anything here that's holding him.
So he may not be in. It's hard to put him on Polycom if he's not there.
No, he's still there.
He's still there?
Does it say when he was taken into custody by chance,
The
Megan?
16th.
Of April?
Yep.
Yeah, I had him for 12 days credit. I was hoping to get him let out today.
But he's currently in.
Shocked they would keep him
Yes.
that long on $100.
He's not in on this. He's got to have something upstairs.
All right, so he's got, that wouldn't surprise me if he's got, but Mary Kelly set, the magistrate set his bond at $100, 10%. It looks like,
Kind of makes me think he was in on something else. They want him
Yeah.
on credit.
no.
Because she PRs generally on this chart.
All right, so let's go ahead and call 2401347 to the record. That's people of the city of people of the city of Lansing versus Julian Moreno. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Julian Moreno.
Right, we're only speculating. I don't think he's going to be put on Polycom at this was scheduled for 3 o'clock and it's now 3:26. And we haven't had any hide or hair of Polycom being available. We're suspecting that he's not here on this case because he'd be PR'd. He'd probably be PR'd on the misdemeanor at $10. I think it's a $10 case, $100, 10%. But so he may have something else going on. I'm uncertain, but I think it's fair to Mr. Moreno that we can reset this for pretrial since it's no fault of his own that he's not placed on Polycom. And we still have him as residing with the Ingham County Jail at this point. Would that be a fair statement, Mr. Staples?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Lee, so that would be the request of your office is to just reschedule this?
Yes.
Yeah, for some, he does appear to be homeless So I don't know what the notice would be, but we know that he's gonna get notice at the jail if he's still incarcerated. I think.
I'm trying to find that jail list because it will tell me.
He's not on the court list. He wasn't going to circuit today.
No, I mean, it's a different, there's an arraignment list that I don't know if you've ever seen, Meg. I think I still only get it because I think I'm still part of probation. Or criminal.
Who's on that? Is he on that list?
I'm searching through the court. real quick.
Well, let's reset.
I was just trying to figure out if he was held.
Yeah,
and if
I
we
don't
should
know.
Bring him in person.
We'll reset the pretrial. This is a misdemeanor disorderly type of ticket. So we'll reset for 3 weeks. Yeah, we're probably at the.
I do show him on the Union
Child
County
support.
roster today.
He is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's in for a child support warrant that he has several.
Okay, so he's on another warrant.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't think he's held on the circuit court FLC matter.
All right, so let's reset this pretrial for
How soon did you want it?
2 to 3. I mean, don't fit it in anywhere. So if we've got anywhere between 3 or less, but then we can give them some notice. I'm afraid if we do 6 weeks, we'll lose them.
Probably.
May 2nd
Okay.
at 9.
May 2nd at 9 a.m. All right, this has been rescheduled for pretrial on May 2nd at 9 a.m. Indicate that D was not put on Polycom, and I don't think that's any that should not be attributable to him. All right, anything else for the record in docket 2401-347, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, we should be all set. Thank you for appearing. Thank you for your appearance today. And once in a while, we set pre-trials in the afternoon. Once in a while.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah. Mr. Boot, how you doing?
Really well, Jeff. How are you?
I don't know where I saw it, but I saw that you were a part of the city attorney now.
I am.
Yeah, in the last
That's
week or two.
actual.
Yeah.
Can you
Yeah.
read this?
Correct.
So